Sorry, I don't recognize you. Are you from out of town?
I'm from Banges. Is this Shelter 201? I need to speak with your leader.
That will be me. My name is Bailing.
Banges has not heard from you for days. What happened?
The hyenas attacked us, and we're down to our last power supply, food, medicine, and water. The comm is also too damaged to contact anyone.
I need you to help me find someone named Sean. Mr. Calidor told me this is where he is.
Sean? But we don't have a Sean here. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'll ask around.
Thank you. Meanwhile, I can help you with problems in the shelter. Just let me know.
Water supply is currently our biggest concern. The only purifier broke down and needed a new filter. On top of that, there's no power supply to run anything. The hyenas hijacked all of our spare parts. We have to get the filter back.
No problem. Just give me their coordinates, and I'll get the stuff back for you. Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you. As soon as the power supply is restored, the purifier will start working again. The shelter has a total of 3 wind turbines. They're all damaged during the attack, but we don't have the tools to repair them.
But what about our lack of tools?
We lost all of our inventory during the attack. We'll just have to try our luck in Banjus.
Suggestion. We can return to Banjus and ask Crow for help with tools.
Please, I'll keep my ears to the ground for news on Sean for you.
Good to see you again.
I'm wondering if you can help me with something. The wind turbines at 201 are broken. Do you have any tools that we can use to repair them?
201. Oh, where Bai Ling is. Did something happen again? As for tools, let's see. Do have a set. Here, take it.
Oh, thanks.
Don't mention it. Just think of it as thanks for fixing the lanterns. Anyway, you should go back. They're waiting for you, aren't they?
Huh? 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 It's done. I wonder if Bai Ling found any clues.
Let's go back and ask her.
I fixed all 3 generators, so the shelter should have power now.
Great. We have clean water again. About Sean, I asked around, but no one's heard of him.
Did I get the name wrong and it wasn't Sean?
There's another possibility. Not too long ago, several miners dropped by the shelter. All of them fled the Crown Mines. I barely knew them, but maybe one of them is who you're looking for? You can check out their temp housing over there.
Hi, do you know a Sean Garville?
Chucky? Where's my Chucky?
Chucky? I was wondering if you knew a Sean Garville. Do you know where he is?
Are you Chucky?
Well, never mind. I'll ask someone else.
Tell Chucky to come back! It's not safe out there!
Sean? We don't have anybody by that name here.
Description: he is one of the miners who fled the mines with you.
One of the miners. I know Armadillo, Tamir, and Redford, but I don't know a Sean.
Okay, thanks. I'll try someone else.
Sean? I do know a Sean, but probably not the Sean you're looking for, since he died years ago. As for him being a miner, you sure you got the name right?
Maybe I did get it wrong. Did Sean not use his real name either? Just great.
It might have been in the diary. Brian, we should ask Biling.
So, did you find Sean?
I only found his journal, and anyone who might know him said they didn't. So maybe he's here under another identity.
A false identity?
The only clue I have is a kid named Brian. He's living in the shelter. Do you know where he is?
You're looking for Brian? Well, I have no idea where he is either. You can ask his mother, Olivia.
You don't look like you're from around here. What trouble did Brian get into this time? I told him to stay home for a couple of days and not to run around.
Actually, we just want to ask him a few questions, that's it.
He's on the lawn behind the house. Just turn the corner and you'll see. Would you like me to take you?
It's okay, thank you. Are you Brian?
Unless there's a new kid named Brian in the neighborhood, that would be me. You fixed the water purifier, right? I saw the whole thing. You wouldn't happen to be from Banja's dock, are you? I know you're here to see someone, but you asked the wrong guys. Uncle Ray and Moto have no idea who Sean is. As for Granny Linda, she's been off her rockers ever since Charles went missing, and treating Sean like her lost son.
You know Sean?
Of course. He goes by the moniker Armadillo here. See that big warehouse over there? He's inside. But Miss Bai Ling doesn't let anyone get close. The security cams in the warehouse ran out of juice a long time ago. No one knows what's going on in there.
Why is he confined?
It's not just him inside. Many who are badly wounded or with damaged suppressors are in there too, waiting for provisions from Banjas. Hopefully it's not too late for them. If you want to see Sean, you gotta go through Bai Ling first. The guards will let you in only with her permission.
Huh? Miss Bai Ling, we located Sean. He goes by Armadillo here and is confined in the warehouse.
He is Armadillo? Ryan told you everything, didn't he? Unfortunately, Armadillo has...
He didn't make it?
That's not it. When the power came back on, I checked the security camera and they already changed.
By that, you mean aberration, Miss Bai Ling?
I figured if the provisions from Banjas get here in time, they'll be saved. But now...
You know what we have to do if they mutated.
But they were my friends. I just can't...
They're no longer who you know. You can't keep monsters in the shelter forever.
All right. I'll get them to open the warehouse. Please help us deal with the... monsters.
The aberrants in the warehouse escaped.
Don't panic. I'm really sorry that I haven't been able to lead you through this disaster. But these monsters are no longer our companions. We must eliminate them. Thank you. We're safe now. But, Sean...
He accomplished his mission.
All of the Fallen were once my friends. I'll never forget the sacrifice they made. I'll do my best as a leader. I won't let anyone down.
You will certainly be an excellent leader, Miss Bai Ling.
Thank you for everything you've done for us. The rebuilding is just getting started. You'll always be welcome here.
I shut off the Omnium Tower in Banges, Franz. Got any news on Zeke?
They went to Cetus Island in Navia, probably seeking that neurotic Dr. Claire. That woman was a researcher for Hykros, before feuding with higher-ups over some issues and striking out on her own. She single-handedly built Cetus Island and created a bunch of weird dolls, then started her research in hiding. Yeah, another scientific weirdo. He wasn't seriously hurt, but what happened to Theo traumatized him emotionally.
Mr. Kolador said he's very grateful to you, and that he's too ashamed to see us. He can't forgive himself for what happened with Theo.
People always come to their senses only after doing something foolish. Kolador needs time to repent. Hope that will be soon. This place can't run without him.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, we still got business to take care of. We can't stick around. Let's split up. You take Cetus Island. I'll go back to Hykros and see if the higher-ups can help.
Retrieving records. Dr. Claire served as a high-level researcher for Hykros. The research results were widely used in the early development of smart servants.
Did Dr. Claire make you too?
Retrieving records. Mia. Me. Data lost. Unable to retrieve Mia's original record.
Don't you want to talk to the doctor?
Negative. Records show that Dr. Claire has a strange temper. I do not wish to engage her in conversation.
Alright, welcome to the Patch 2.2 Starter Guide and beyond. Now I want to go ahead and disclaimer myself and say that this is an acclamation of all of the Tower of Fantasy content creators out there. I did not come up with all of this information by myself, but I wanted to put something more up to date for new people coming into the game. So I will leave links down in the description to their channel so that way you can check them out as well. So for the first thing that you want to ask yourself is, what type of player are you? Are you more of a casual player, someone who only has 1 to 2 hours to play? Or more of a hardcore player, someone who has maybe 3 to 5 hours and loves to explore? Then, what is your budget? Are you more of a free-to-play, or are you maybe closer to a whale? Because since this is a gacha game, the more money you can put into the game, the faster you're going to be able to get the resources and characters that you want. But if you plan properly and follow the steps in this guide, you should be able to still get a strong team no matter your budget. So I would say the most important thing is to choose one element in this game. Even if you're a whale, Global's main concern is catching up with the CN version of this game. Due to that, if you're someone who has multiple elements, it gets very expensive very quickly. So let's start with Vote, which is probably in the weirdest spot right now. So the nice thing about Vote is that it has very strong standard banner units. We have Crow, where if you can get a lot of copies, he's a very strong unit and even one of the strongest units in the game. And then we have Samir, to where she's just good out the gate. So now let's talk about the strongest Vote team, at least until we get to patch 2.3. And that's going to consist of Nemesis, Tion, and Lyn. So due to that, Vote right now is the most expensive element for a new player. Nemesis is currently in a rerun right now, and she's only going to last for probably by the time this is released 4 more days. Then, December 22nd, we're going to get the Tion banner, and if that was not bad enough, we are currently in the last week for you to get Lyn, who goes away on the 21st. So this is my recommendation if you really wanted to go Vote. I recommend that you just save to 2.3, where we get Fenrir, who should replace Nemesis. If you do have a little bit of extra money, you might want to try to go ahead and get Lyn before she goes away, and you can just use Crow or Samir as a main DPS for now. So now let's talk about physical, which is in a little bit of a better spot than Vote. So for the standard SSR, we have Shira, and if you can get her to a 3-star or more, she's a very strong unit, being able to shatter shields more and reset all skill cooldowns every 30 seconds. So next, let's talk about Claudia. She is a very strong character for this team, to where she provides a physical resonance, increasing physical damage. On top of that, if you can get her to at least a 1-star, she just increases the damage of all of your party members. And since we are seeing reruns now, I'm thinking in probably a month or so, we're going to see Claudia again. And then we got Lyra, who I got to test out on the test server. So currently, I think Shiro is stronger, but again, a lot of the times when characters get moved from the test server, they get a quick buff. So she might end up being stronger, but right now, I just don't think Lyra is worth it. But if you do go with Lyra, your team might look something like this, with Shiro, Lyra, and Claudia, or Lyra, Claudia, and Lyn. But I honestly think the strongest physical team right now is just going to be Shiro, Claudia, and Lyn. But once we get to patch 2.3, Umi might be trying to go for that Shiro spot. And then we have the flame element. For the standard banner characters, we have Huma, King, and Zero. For Huma's good at shattering and also charging. King is good at shattering and also bringing extra damage. And Zero provides shields. So let's talk limited banner characters. I think probably what's going to be one of the strongest characters for the Flame team is going to be Annabella, and she is coming up in the next upcoming patch after Tion and Lyra's dual banner. So I'm predicting she's most likely coming out January 12th, which gives you quite a bit of time to save for this character if you want to go for Flame. So now let's talk reruns. So we're going to have Cobalt, which I don't recommend that you pick up because I believe Annabella's just going to be a better version than her. And then we have Ruby, which is not a bad pickup, but it is rumored that in 2.4, Lan is coming out, which is going to most likely be a stronger version than Ruby. So Flame, you have quite a bit of time to save and make this team work, where I believe once Annabella comes out, I believe some of the meta teams are going to look something like Lynn, Annabella, and Ruby. And probably once we get to the 2.4 and Lon comes out, it's going to probably be something like Lynn, Annabella, and Lon. But Lynn may not be a necessity, at least when it comes to the flame comp, because you could possibly replace her with just like a standard banner character like Zero. So now let's talk about Frost, and we have some very strong standard banner units. First, we have Tsubasa with her A1, which can basically give a damage boost to your whole team, and it stacks up to 3 times. And if you're able to get her to 6-star, it's even better. And then we have Meryl, who is great at breaking shields. On top of that, if you can get her A1, she can even heal you. And we got Coco, one of the best healers in the game. So now let's talk about the limited banner character we're looking forward to for this team, and that would be Alice, which is coming out towards the end of 2.2 or beginning of 2.3. If you're able to get her to A1 and her numbers aren't too reduced compared to CN, she's going to be a very valuable unit for the team. So with that, let's go ahead and talk about reruns. Frigg should be sometime after the Nemesis rerun, which we're currently in now. So I'm thinking maybe in a couple weeks we might start that Frigg rerun. And Frigg is a very strong character, but she could get replaced depending on how some of these future Frost units turn out. Because the main person you're going to want for the Frost team is Saki. And you want to try to get her at least at A1, because that skill reset is very good for the Frost team, making it to where I doubt Saki's ever going to get kicked off of the Frost team. So I believe for the Frost team, the teams are mainly going to look like Alice, Saki, Frigg, or Alice, Saki, Lynn. And in 2.4, Icarus should be an ice character, so I believe Icarus is going to either replace Frigg or Lynn, because Alice and Saki are just so good at what they do. So now let's talk about Lynn, because I pretty much mentioned her in almost every comp. Now Lynn I would probably rate as a 4 out of 5 type of character. She's not necessarily a must pull, because other characters could replace her specifically for that team, but because she's so versatile, that's what makes her really good. One challenge that we have in this game is called the sequential phantasm, and that really determines your rank for the week, which helps you get a lot of rewards to help power up your character. And since Lynn can work in any of the challenges presented each week, that makes her very good, even if you don't have a team built out for that specific element. On top of that, she just provides a lot of utility for whichever team she is on. She can help group with her discharge, or field buffs or other teammates, and the more stars you're able to get for her, the more benefit she brings to the team. So I'd say for at least Lynn, maybe if you're around that dolphin or whale level, it may not be bad to go ahead and pick up a few copies. But I did do a detailed guide on Lynn and which stars were best for which element, so I'll go ahead and leave a link down to that in the description as well. So now that you know what elements you want to go for, you want to kind of start creating a standard team, so that way it can carry you until you can make that elemental team. So my recommendation is to make a DPS style of team, because you're going to have to do a lot of solo content before you can start getting into in-game group content, which is going to really start increasing your power of the account. But if you would like me to go over more detailed teams like a tank or a healer, let me know down in the comments and I can make a future video. But if you enjoyed this so far, consider subscribing. I do daily guides to help prevent you from making mistakes. I also talk about upcoming characters as well as important news about Tower of Fantasy. So for your main DPS team, ideally you want a character that can shatter, a main DPS, and a support. So looking at the standard units, this is who we have that are good at shattering. We have King, who is good at shattering and can provide damage, especially if you can get him to A1. Uma, which is very good at shattering, and she also provides a lot of charge, so that can help you get more discharges. Then we have Meryl, which is a good shatterer, but her discharge can cause issues for when you're doing team play, especially if you don't know what you're doing, so I'm going to put her right here. And then we got Shiro, who is actually a really strong character. The only problem is you need 3 stars for her to reach her full potential, and if she gets more stars, she gets even better. Then we have the main DPS, and I'm going to have to start out with Crow. The only problem with him is that you need to at least get him to 3 stars or more for him to really start bringing his damage potential. Or you could go with Samir, which at 0 stars, she's very strong and just gets better with more ascensions. Now let's talk about support, and I think number 1 is Tsubasa, to where if you can get her 1 star, that's just going to give you a damage buff for the whole team. Then you have Coco, which is just a very strong healer, or Zero, who can provide massive shields. So my recommendation for a standard team would probably consist of King for your Shatterer, Crow for your main DPS, and Tsubasa as your support. But any combination of these types of characters can work. You might even want to build a standard team that consists of some elements for the element that you're going for. One of the first things that you want to do when you start playing the game is join a crew. Now, I believe you need to reach a certain level, I think like level 10 or so, which is pretty easy to do. If you play for like an hour or so, you should be there. But this is very important because you're going to get some in-game resources once you join a crew. You have daily donations that you can do, which gets you merit, which you can use in the crew store. On top of that, every week, depending on your crew level, you get a basic reward. So here, I got 100 dark crystals and I got a mystery box, which can obtain dark crystals or gold, which is going to be helpful for you. And unfortunately for this week, I got gold, but a lot of times that can be 100 dark crystals or even 200 dark crystals, which is very helpful. On top of that, you have crew missions to where you can do 4 of these a week. And when you complete a crew mission, you're going to get more merit, and you're also going to get a crew fund, which is going to help you get points up top, which allows you to get more gold, merit, and dark crystals. Also, when you complete a crew mission, it will generate another crew mission for the week. So you can abandon one and then you can accept that new one, so that way you can knock out your 4 crew missions much easier. So now let's go ahead and discuss what you can get by being part of a level 6 crew. So here we are in the crew store. Once you're part of a crew, you're going to be able to buy things with merit points. And I made this mistake when I first started playing the game, to where I bought potent omnium crystals, and some people even bought gear pieces. That's something that you do not want to do with these points, and the only thing that you want to spend your points on are relics. And the relics that I personally recommend that you want to go for are Omnium Shield or Space-Time Rift, unless you have a level 3. Starting out, most likely you will not get into a level 6 crew. You might be in like a level 2 or a level 3, which is fine because you can always save these merit points and you can leave your current crew and join another one once you get to a higher level, or maybe you know someone who's in a good crew. And then once you join that crew, you can go to the store and buy some really good items. But you can't do anything that I said previously unless you're part of a crew. All right, now let's talk about movement. And learning these techniques are going to be very helpful for you to explore the world. So when exploring the world, you're going to come across walls. And you're going to need to climb up them. Normally, you would just use spacebar and you would just kind of jump up. But if you notice, you see my stamina bar is losing a lot of stamina as I try to climb up this mountain. Now, I'm the max level, so I have the max stamina bar that you can get. But as you see, I still wasn't able to reach the top of the mountain. So the one thing that you want to do is learn this wall climbing technique. So if I get on the wall and I hit control, I'll drop down. So what you can do with that is actually hit control, double jump real quick, and then attach back to the wall. As you saw, I lost hardly any stamina at all. So the trick is to hit control, hit spacebar twice, and then hit W to attach back to the wall. And if you keep doing that over and over, you're going to be able to climb up almost any wall without losing any stamina. And as you see, I'm at the top of the mountain. Now the next way to get around the world is to use the jetpack. If you play the game for about 15 minutes, you should unlock this relic. So when you combine dodging with your jetpack, you can actually move very far distances without using up much stamina. So I'm going to double jump, then I'm going to dodge, and then I open up my jetpack. Then I can dodge again, open up my jetpack, dodge again, open up my jetpack, and you can kind of see the point. You can use this to really get around the world and get to far distances. Now, when you first get the jetpack, when it's out, you lose stamina, but I have a higher level one, so that's why I'm not losing stamina as I fly around. But even at the early stages, you can see how powerful this is. Also, while I'm dodging, I'm not using stamina. And one other trick that you can do with the jetpack is that if you start from a standing position, you can use the jetpack, and then you can do the dodge trick, and then you can jump again and then dodge again. But if you do it again, you actually use up a lot of stamina. So I don't really think this is the greatest technique, but it's something that you could do. Maybe you just need that little bit of extra height. So just to point out that you can only do that if you have an extra jump left, because normally when you jump with the jetpack, you're going to get a small boost and it's going to use a lot of stamina, as you saw. So I advise you not to really do that unless you really need that little extra boost of height to reach a location. And another thing I wanted to mention is if you're in the water, a lot of times you might have to go out into the water to find things, and you can use the stamina to kind of move a little faster, but it will drain the bar, and the more you do it, once it runs out, you're going to start losing health until eventually you have no health and you die. So you could either just slowly swim to land or try to teleport out. But one way that you can use to get out of this situation is to use the jet board. And this is a relic that you will get if you play the main story and it sends you over to Bangi's dock. But once I equip this and then I activate it, I'll get on my jet board and I can just use that to easily get through the water. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about the map and let's explain these symbols. So the first thing that you're going to see right here are space rifts, and these are basically teleporters that you can use to easily get around the map. If they're gray, all you need to do is go to their location, hit F, then they turn yellow and you can teleport to them. The next thing that you want to know are omnium towers. Now these are the things that are going to reveal what the map looks like, and you basically need to go talk to a robot so that way it is revealed. The only one that you will not be able to reveal is the Warren Tower. You need to actually do the main story and you eventually get to that location. And another location that is hard to get to would be unlocking this middle area right here. You want to go to this space rift, the miners camp. Then once you're here, you're just trying to get to this middle area, and if you have the grappling hook for the relic, that's going to make it a lot easier to get up here. Eventually, once we get inside the middle, we should be able to talk to the robot. So now I'm on the main road, and if you notice my location, I'm pretty much right there. Just walk up and you're essentially looking for this building, and then over there towards the right, you'll see the robot. Next, we got strongholds, and if it's blue, it means that you haven't visited. If it's gray, that means that you've already cleared it out. And if it's blue with a half line, that means that you left some rewards there, so you want to go back and get all the rewards. Then we got training facilities. They're either going to be gray or they're going to look like this, where they're green, meaning that you can access those training facilities, but I'll talk about these a little later. And we have ruins, which I'll talk about a little later as well. So the next thing you want to take note of are world bosses. So if you see down here, we got Robar, and it has a chance to drop a high level matrix, which are very good, and some of these are world bosses that you want to farm. But you cannot get these high level matrices unless you're level 40. And how you're able to open those boxes is you need to use type 3 chips. So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly say which world bosses are probably the best one to farm. That would be Lucia, who has the Shiro matrix. Sobek, probably number 1 because it has the Crow matrix. Frostbot is okay because it has the Huma matrix. If you have Frigg, or you're probably using Shiro. And Artificial Island has the Samir matrix. But speaking of Artificial Island, once you're level 50, you're going to see this little spaceship on the map, and you want to immediately go there because you want to start accessing your buildings. The main reason why is because you want to start generating these resources. And you get more resources the higher level your houses are. So my recommendation is when you do finally get here is that you want to focus on the kitty house and leveling up your development center, because you cannot level up the houses higher than what your development center is. The main reason why you're focusing on that is because of the exchange store. Now, if you go down to the supply materials, you're able to buy SSR relics and SR relic boxes. Now, certain relics can greatly increase the power of your characters, but I'll go into more detail later. So now that you understand the symbols on the map, let's quickly talk about the other maps. So currently, right now, we have Artificial Island. Pretty much how you get here is just going on that spaceship, and then you can unlock the space rifts here, and you can easily teleport there. But I did want to mention about the Artificial Island with the buildings. That is like a separate zone, and you need to initially visit Artificial Island, and then you should be able to teleport to that building zone. But the big one is Vera. And this is going to probably be the main place that you're going to be visiting, so that way you can get the most experience. So the space rifts are actually going to look like this symbol, and the Omnium Towers are going to be terrain data boxes. And instead of robots, they're going to look like this. Then we have the Confounding Abyss, which will look similar to this, but basically same type of space rifts. And these are kind of like new space rifts right here, which I also think they reveal the map, but mainly if you just follow the story, it should be pretty easy to unlock this. And the very last chamber, I won't spoil how you get here. All right. Now let's talk about world exploration. So if you go back to the map, you're going to be able to click on these little square icons, and it's going to show you a percentage of the map that you explored. So if you notice right here, for Astra, I only explored 34%. But as I get more percentage explored, I'm going to get more rewards, like a very good SR relic. I'm going to get a mushroom, which is going to increase my stamina, and I'm also going to get some gold nucleus, which gives me a chance to get a standard SSR. So to get these points, I need to find scenic points, which look like this. I need to get all of the world exploration, and I need to get supply pods. So let's go ahead and talk about these two. So if you take a look at your mini-map, world exploration is going to be these little white dots. So if I head to this little white dot, you're going to see that I have this strange plant right here. And generally these white dots, sometimes they're just a straight black nucleus, and sometimes you have to do a little puzzle like that. So for this one, I need to get this little elemental enemy and I need to throw it inside. That plant will eat it and then it will pop out a black nucleus. So now I unlock that little white dot on the map. So now let's talk about supply pods. So if you notice the mini map, you're going to see a little circle, and that's generally going to lead me to a supply pod. And this supply pod has thorns right there. So what you need to unlock this is a fire weapon. And once I do that, and I can get the thing inside. Now this is a type 1 supply pod, and there are two types. There are type 2s and there are type 1s. Now type 2s generally have gold nucleus, which are great because that's going to get you those standard SSR characters much quicker. But type 1 supply pods generally just have black nucleus, but they also have dark crystals as well, which you can use to get future limited banner characters. So all of these are good to get. But now that you understand that, I want to go ahead and point you to this exclamation mark. So if you go here, this brings you to the survival guide, and it gives you a lot of helpful tips in the game. So you have a world exploration section, which tells you about supply pods. It tells you about dandelions, which are one of the easiest ways to get world exploration points, to where you simply just shoot the dandelion, it's going to float the little things, and you're going to have a black nucleus right here. You get that black nucleus, and you knock out that world exploration point. Then you got little tar plants, which you just hit with fire, and you get the black nucleus there, and you already saw what I did with this flower. It also shows you how to do puzzles in Vera. We have this hungry little critter to where he wants fruit. You give him some fruit, and he's going to lead you to a black nucleus. So be sure to check this out if you get to a puzzle that you just don't fully understand. But now that you understand the basics, let me go ahead and show you another little thing that might be in some other areas. So if we look at Vera, we have area unlocked, which is basically the Omnium Towers that I speaked of before, Space Rifts, unlocked all those, Scenic Points, which I just mentioned, Supply Pods, World Exploration, and now we have a list of targets. This was first introduced in Artificial Island. So basically what you need to do to complete this one is just kill little mini bosses across the map. One thing that you really need to know if you're doing world exploration is to use an interactive map. If you just go around and try to do the world exploration without marking anything down, you're going to find yourself where you're trying to search for an area and you have 1 or 2 world exploration dots that you just can't find. And you might spend 2 or 3 hours just trying to find that last few world exploration because you didn't mark it down. And world exploration gets a lot more difficult once you get to places like Vera. So this one right here is probably one of my favorites. The reason being is that down here you can save the data, which basically makes a cookie. Let's go ahead and see how it works. So let's just say that you're starting out in Astra. You can go ahead and just mark all of our world exploration, and you can easily find this thing. I can simply just click on this, and then I can just put mark, and then it grays it out. And now that's gone, and I can just do this for everything. But if I wanted to maybe specifically just look for all of the black nucleus, I can easily just cut these off. And now I just have the black nucleus, and I can easily just start marking it, making it very easy to find all the black nucleus at once, and then I can just go to each area. It's just for this area, so that way the whole map is not cluttered. But if I did want to see the whole map, I could just do all map, and it would go ahead and show me everything. This one's actually fairly nice, but you'd probably be like, okay, this is great, but how do I get to, other maps like Vera? Well, if you go up here and you hit toggle map, you're able to go to the various other cities. So here is Vera Continent, but as you see, this is going to be the new zone that we get eventually, and you can easily do the same thing where we want to just maybe focus on the quicksand belt, go on to exploration progress, and then you just hit the supply pods, go for all the supply pod 1s, supply pod 2s, which have the gold nucleus, you can just go for those, and then eventually look for the gold nucleus and the black nucleus, and you kind of get the point. Now, the only thing that is not the greatest about this map is let's take a look at this location where I'm doing the gray zone. If I click on a dot, it generally just says space rift, and sometimes these could be at a very high location, or it could be low in the ground, so it doesn't really give you all of the data. Some of the things are updated to where you have some more data to where this is located at, but most of the time this takes a while to get updated. So I generally use this interactive map as well, so that way I can kind of get descriptions on where those locations are located. So and sometimes they're actually pretty funny, like this one is located near the edge of the cliff, and think of Pride Rock and Lion. but I'll leave a link down in the description to these maps, so that way when you do go exploring, you can mark down what you find. All right, now let's talk about your priorities. Now, when you first start the game, you're not going to have all of this unlocked. After playing for about a half an hour, you should start unlocking most of these things. So the first thing that you really want to make sure that you do is your mayor's kitchen. This gives you a lot of experience and gives you some pretty good resources at the start of the game. So you want to make sure you do this daily. After that, you want to do your daily bounties. Now, you're going to have the option to go to Aesperia or Vera. Now, both are about the same. You're going to get the same rewards no matter which area you go to. So what I recommend is that if you're going to probably be doing a lot of world exploration in Aesperia, go with that. If you're going to probably be focusing more on Vera, because that's where I'm going to recommend that you do the story, do that one. So the next thing that you want to take note of is vitality. Now, vitality is the thing up here, and basically every 8 minutes, you're going to get 1 extra vitality, and you can hold a grand total of 180. You can click on this, and it's going to tell you when you're going to get that other vitality added, and it also tells you when you're going to have a full recovery. So here are the various options that we need to use our vitality for. And starting out, you're not going to have access to all of these. So my recommendation is to try to play a couple hours, so that way you can get up to this Omnium Beacons, because you can just use all your vitality on Omnium Beacons, and these scale with your level. So if you fill up your bag with Omnium Beacons, you can hold a grand total of 30. You can just use those once you get to a higher level, and it's just going to give you more experience. You just use your vitality on things at your level. But if you're not able to make it that far and you're not able to use your vitality for those Omnium Beacons, here are the few other things that I would probably recommend. I think you should either try to do Dimensional Trials, so that way you can get weapon upgrade materials, or Space-Time Domain, so that way you can get gold. Because starting out, you might not have a lot of weapon upgrade materials or gold. You could consider doing Interstellar Exploration, and what that does is open up Stargates, but the thing is, they're going to be low-level Stargates, and most people won't group with you, so it's going to be hard to do these by yourself, so I don't really recommend those. And now let's talk about the last option, Join Operations. Now, we go ahead and click on this Join Operations. You got all the way from difficulty 1 to difficulty 8. Now, I do not recommend that you do these until you're at least level 60, where you can get code here into matrices, but the drop rates are still fairly low. Even when you get to level 70, the drop rates aren't that great either, but at least you're going to be able to group with some pretty strong people a lot easier, and hopefully by then, you might have a few friends who don't mind carrying you, and at least they get something out of it as well. And if you play for roughly about a week, you should be able to reach level 70 fairly easily. Alright, now let's go ahead and talk about optional dailies, but this is something that you're going to want to do at the start of the game, and that is giving gifts to your 1.0 characters. So if you notice at this list, these are all the 1.0 characters that you can give gifts to, except for the ones that have Cyan on them, and Lin, Sakikua, and Ruby, because those are 2.0 characters. So now let me go ahead and tell you where you can get gifts, and that is Banky Stock at the item vendor, to where you spend gold, but I don't really recommend that. Black Market, where you talk to Hopkins, and Cetus Island doing the claw mission. On top of that, you can do your 2 trainings for the day, and you can see what your 2 trainings are by going to Challenge, and you get 2 different types of trainings for the day. So if you notice, for me, I have push a ball down the hill and play soccer, but I want to go ahead and show you this real quick. For this one, you'll notice down here with my training points, I can get somewhere between 100 to 300 training points. But if I scroll all the way to the bottom, now I can get somewhere between 100 to 400 training points. The reason being is as you get higher levels, most of the times you get access to higher trainings, and that allows you to get more points. So you want to always choose the bottom option. Now that you know about training points, let's go ahead and take a look at the point store. Now, the only thing that I really recommend that you spend your points on are Aesperia special gifts. So now let's go ahead and talk about where we can give those gifts to the simulacrums that we want. So you click on Simulacrum, and then you click on Awaken, and this is going to show you all of the characters that you have access to. Now remember, the top one is Samir, because if you look at her awakening at 4,000 points, this gives you the most damage for a simulacrum trait. A close second is Tsubasa, and if you don't have any of these characters on your account, I personally recommend that you just save your points and gifts until you can get one. But once you awaken either Samir or Tsubasa, you can look to awaken some other 1.0 characters, and some good ones to look out for would be Hilda, because it increases your vehicle speed, Meryl, because you can walk on water, and King is okay if you're doing something like the wormhole. And this is a section where you give gifts to those characters. So the first thing that I want to point out is to take a look at the tag. Now, if the tag says Vera, do not give these to 1.0 characters, because for Vera Pacific characters, they generally only get most of their points from Vera special gifts. I want to go ahead and point you to this section. If you notice, right now I can only give 40. That is the base level for a purple special gift. But if you look at this one, I can get 60. The reason being is because of tags. So if you notice here, I have a saved right there, and Bai Ling likes saved items, so she gets a bonus. And then it's pretty simple to give her the gift. All you have to do is hit send, and you can use this button to send more of them. But just remember, you do not want this to go over 4,000 because they can't accept it, and you just end up wasting gifts. But if you want to know which gifts each character likes, I'll leave a link down in the description to a gift guide. But the reason why I say that's mainly optional is because there's going to be daily tasks that you're going to definitely want to do, like the Mioria Fun Zones, because this gets you daily Mira, and they generally add gachapons, which gives you a chance to get some pretty good resources like red nucleus or gold nucleus or dark crystals. So you definitely want to make sure you have your Mira, and they generally add extra gachapons every patch. So having a nice source of Mira is good to do. But we have other things that can give us great items, like doing your 6 gray space fissures for the day, and also trying to clear out all of the twilight zones. So as you can see, your daily tasks can start stacking up. Eventually you're going to get to the point to where you're going to have to prioritize certain things that you want to do for the day. And the nice thing that I do on this channel is I do daily guides, so that way you can kind of know what's best for your situation. All right, now let's quickly talk about the weekly tab. Now essentially you just do a bunch of tasks, and once you do those tasks, you're going to get points, which allow you to get everything up top. And by doing those tasks, you're going to get type 1 chips and type 2 chips, which are used to perfect decipher password chests, which you only want to use in the Vera region. The reason being is because when you perfect decipher in the Vera region, you're going to get Mira, which you can use in gachapons, which can get you more rolls, more dark crystals, and other resources. Now for the type 3 chips, you use those to perfect decipher for world bosses. So if you remember where I pointed out the map, open up the box after killing a world boss, you have a chance of getting this specific matrice and also a random SSR character. And the best bosses would probably be Sobek, because you can get that Crow matrice, Lucia, because you can get the Shiro matrice, and the Frostfire Dragon on Artificial Island, because you can get the Samir matrice. And the last chip are type 3 keys, which you use to perfect decipher Vera bosses. And in patch 2.2, they're going to be adding more gear pieces to those bosses, so I would wait until then to use your type 3 keys. But it's also rumored in patch 2.4 we're going to be getting some better stuff using those type 3 keys, so you could try to save some, but eventually you do need to use a few so that way you can get some gear pieces. And the last thing that I want to talk about are ruins. Early on, you want to make sure that you do these 3 ruins: A01, A02, and A03 on easy mode. The main reason why is you're going to get access to these 3 relics: Missile Barrage, Strange Cube, and Omnium Hand Cannon, and you need these to do a lot of the exploration in the first area, which generally has some of the best rewards. And some of these are actually pretty helpful in the Vera region as well. But when it comes to the other ruins, generally you have an easy, a normal, and a hard mode, and I recommend that you kind of wait to do these. They are good because they do give you relic charge, which are helpful, and they power you up, and you might maybe even want to go for Pacific ruins with Pacific relic shards, but you're going to get more experience if you do the story. And I would say one of the biggest priorities is reaching certain level requirements and also trying to catch up with most of the people on the server. So let's go ahead and talk about the story. If you just keep following along, eventually you're going to get to a place called Hykros, and you need to help prevent it from getting blown up. Once you succeed in helping them save the city, you're going to get access to teleporters, and it's going to allow you to either 1, continue the main story, or go to Vera. Now I strongly recommend that you go to Vera, because when you complete points in the story, you get experience. In Vera, you get a lot of experience, so it's going to help you level very quickly. So once you get to Vera, eventually you're going to have to do some of the tutorial stuff, but eventually you're going to get past it all, and you're going to be able to go to the main city, Mioria. Once you make it there, you should reach level 16 to where you can join a crew, and you should be able to do Mia's Kitchen, do your bounties, and you're going to have access to Vitality. But unfortunately, you can't do anything with Vitality until you reach level 20. On top of that, you also get access to a lot of the milestone rewards, so you're going to be able to get the 10 red nucleus, a lot of the goat nucleus, black nucleus that we got for just starting the game, and you get access to star path navigation. This allows you to get a free SSR selector box, so you can basically just choose one standard SSR that you personally want. So now let's talk about weapons. So once you get a character, that is essentially the weapon. So as you see right here, I have Sakifua, and her weapon is Heartstream, but most people call weapons by the characters. One other thing you can do is once you do get that character, you can pretty much change your character into them. So right now, my character is looking like Saki, but I can hit remove, and now I'm back to the character that I created. Just hitting activate, and now I look like Saki. So there are 3 different rarities for weapons. You have the blue weapons, which are R, and you have
おじいちゃんが残してくれた家で隠し部屋を見つけてしまう。しかもそこには異世界に通じる扉があった。見たこともない世界でどんどんレベルアップしていく俺。しかもそれが現実世界の体にも影響するなんて。
例えばこの世の全部は滅ぼせる強大な魔法ってさえ壊せない死んでも奪わせはしない強大な魔法ってさえ
天城優也さん、
ですよね。
はい。
ゆうやさん、痩せました？
え
覚えていませんか？以前コンビニで男の人たちに絡まれていた時。思い出していただけました？
はい。というより、どうして俺の名前を？
ゆうやさんにお礼がしたくて、失礼とは思いながら、いろいろと調べさせていただきました。
俺？
ゆうやさん、王政学園に行きませんか？
やっぱりあの制服王政のよ。
青学園って、あの超エリート校の？
申し遅れましたが、私は北条香織と申します。王政学園の生徒会役員をしております。
香織様のお父様は王政学園の理事長をしておられ、以前天上様が香織様を悪漢から守ってくださったという話を聞き、ぜひ我が学園にとおっしゃいました。
そんな。守ったなんてとても。それにお話は大変ありがたいのですが、俺には王政学園に編入できるような学力なんて。
その話を俺たちを入学させてくれませんか？そこにいる奴なんかより俺たちの方が圧倒的に優れてます。
私たちなら勉強でもスポーツでも活躍できます。まだ中3ですけど来年。
お断りします。ゆうやさんは私の恩人です。その方を侮辱するような方々を入学させたいと思うでしょうか？
それは。
それに、あなた方の日頃の言動は調査済みです。
言動って？
私たちのことまで。
ゆうやさん、先ほどのお返事にもなりますが、王政学園では学力以上に人間性が重視されています。ですからゆうやさんが編入することに何の問題もないのです。
お嬢様、ここで立ち話をされるより天上様に学園を見ていただいた方がよろしいのでは？いかがですか、天上様。
今からですか？
午後の授業でしたら早退される旨、私からご連絡を入れさせていただきます。
さあ、行きましょ
くっそ
許さない。
王政学園、俺でも知ってる有名校だ。あらゆる分野で活躍する生徒が数多く在籍し、入学できれば将来安泰と言われている超エリート校。俺には一生縁がない世界のはずだった。
よく来てくれたね、天上優也君。私が王政学園の理事長北条司だ。君のことは香織から聞いているよ。娘を助けてくれてありがとう。
頭を上げてください。助けるだなんて大層なことは。
他の人が見て見ぬふりをする中、ゆうやさんだけは動いてくれました。誰でもできることではありません。
君の行動は誇るべきことだよ。そして我が校が最も重視している素晴らしい人間性の証とも言える。単刀直入に言おう。君に我が学園に来てもらいたいと思ってるんだがどうだろう。もちろん娘を助けてもらったお礼でもあるので授業料などは気にしなくていい。
でも俺なんかが天才だけが通えるような学校に。
優也くん、 天才というのはどういう人のことを指すと思う？
何でもできるような人ですか？
私が思うに、天才というのは物事に取り組む際、他の人より短い時間で正しい努力の仕方を見つけてしまう人のことだと思うんだ。逆に言えば、それ以外は普通の人と一緒なんだよ。努力さえすれば必ず正解に近づけるんだ。
でも。努力なんかより持って生まれた才能の方が。
もちろん人にはそれぞれの才能がある。でもそんなものは君たちみたいに若いうちから決めつけていいものじゃない。いろいろなことに挑戦して楽しんで、それからでも遅くないんだよ。この旺盛学園はそんな若者たちのために建てられたんだ。
いろいろなことに挑戦。
だから優也くんも自分を卑下する必要はない。これからゆっくり自分と向かい合っていけばいいんだから。まあいきなりいろいろ言われても困るだろう。だから今日一日体験入学してみるというのはどうだろうか。おお、ちょうどいいタイミングだ。入ってくれ。
どうも沢田先生、相変わらずですね。
優也くんにはこの沢田先生のクラスで授業を体験してもらおうと思ってるんだ。
そうだ。まあそう緊張するな。ちゃんと先生が教えてやるからな。
彼女はこう見えて科学界の権威でね。授業も分かりやすく生徒にも人気なんだ。安心するといい。
そうだぞ、先生すごいらしいからな。
ここが旺盛学園の教室。
はい、席につけ。今日は一つ連絡事項がある。
はい連絡って何ですか？
それを今から言うんだろうが。
この向こうにいるのは正しい努力の仕方を短時間で見つけちゃう生徒たち。そんなところに混ざったら俺浮いちゃうんじゃん。
よし店長、入ってこい。みんな度肝抜かれるなよ。
度肝ってどういう意味？俺本当に入っていいの？挑戦して楽しむ。そうだ、どんなことがあったって今の学校よりひどいことになるわけないさ。天城優也です。体験入学という形で皆さんの授業に参加させていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。なんでノーリアクション？俺どう思われてんの？泣いていい？帰っていい？
すごいイケメン。すごいイケメン。
度肝抜かれた。
どうやら僕の強敵が現れたようだね。
おい、いつまでもほうけてるな。天井が困ってるだろうが。よし天井、お前は窓際の一番後ろに座れ。
あ、はい。
よし、それじゃあ授業始めるぞ。みんな教科書出せ。あ、天井は隣の兵道に見せてもらってくれ。
よろしくね。
あ、うん。よろしく。
何俺、いきなり嫌われちゃったの？
ゆうやさん、みんなに馴染めてるでしょうか？
王政学園の授業は俺が知っている授業とあまり変わらなかった。でも生徒も積極的で、今まで経験したことのない授業だった。
ねえねえねえ、聞きたいことがあるんだけどさ、今どこの高校に通ってるの？
なんか部活とかやってんの？
ねえ、彼女いる？
あ、
もしかしてアイドルとかやってる？
おい、天井が困ってるじゃねえか。昼飯もまだだろうし、とりあえず落ち着こうぜ。
あ、ごめんね。
悪い、気が利かなかったわ。
ごめんな、俺も含めてお前さんに興味あるんだわ。
あ、うん、ありがとう。
五十嵐亮だ。亮でいいよ。俺も優也でいいか？よろしくな。あ、どうした？
いや、眩しいなって。
なんだよ、変なこと言うな。まあいいや、俺食堂で飯食うんだけど一緒に行かないか？
いいの？
もちろん行こうぜ。おー、最初は誰でも驚くよな。
すごい。これが全部ワンコインだなんて。
迷ったら日替わりって手もある。そっちはタダだ。
天国だ。
りょうくん、こっち空いてるよ、2人分。
ああ、ありがとよ慎吾。
僕も同じクラスの倉田慎吾。よろしくね、ゆうやくん。
あ、うん。よろしくお願いします。
なあ慎吾、昨日の超重機神ゴッドロボを見たぜ。
面白かったでしょ。
最高に熱かった。慎吾がおすすめするだけのことはあったぜ。
りょう、アニメとか見るの？
僕が勧めたらハマっちゃったみたい。
こいつのセレクト絶対外れないんだ。ゆうやも教えてもらえよ。
なんか俺見られてる。ああ、制服違うからか。
服じゃなくて顔だろ。
そういえば、ゆうやくんは部活とかやってるの？
いや、別に何も。りょうやしんごくんはどうなの？
俺か？俺は帰宅部だ。
そうなんだ、意外。
りょうくんはスポーツ万能でいろんなところから誘われてたんだけどね、一つに決められなくて結局帰宅部ってわけ。
おう、何事も楽しんで挑戦してるって言ってくれ。
で、僕はゲーム部。
ゲーム？そんなの学校に持ち込んでいいの？
なんで？授業中にやったりしないって先生たちも分かってるし。
あ、新作買ったのか？見せろよ。
いいよ。
ゆうやもやろうぜ。
うん、一緒にやろう。
どうやるの？
どうだったかな、王政学園は。
とてもすごかったです。授業も分かりやすいし、設備は充実してるし、何よりも印象的だったのは生徒の皆さんがとても楽しそうでした。それにみんな俺のことを一人の人間として対等に扱ってくれて。
どうかな、この学園に通ってみないかい？
いいんでしょうか、俺なんかが。
ゆうやくん、君の価値は君が決めるものでもあるが、他人にも決めることができる。君はこの学園に通うだけの価値がある。私はそう考えているんだよ。
こんな俺ですが、よろしくお願いします。失礼します。北条さん。
ごめんなさい、気になって。この学校に通っていただけるんですね。
自信はないけど、でもここに通いたいって思ったから。
よかった。ゆうやさん、この後お時間ありますか？この辺りのお店に皆さん放課後に立ち寄ったりしてるんです。
おしゃれな場所だな。
時々テレビの取材を受けるようなお店もあるんですよ。
北条さんも友達と遊びに来たりするんですか？
恥ずかしながら誰かと遊ぶ機会があまりなくて。
どうして？
私の家や父の仕事上遠慮してしまう人が多いようでして。でもゆうやさんとは一緒に来てみたかったんです。
北条さん、あそこ行きませんか？
ここ美味しいって評判なので食べてみたかったんです。
それはよかった。異世界のドロップアイテム換金しておいてよかった。
ゆうやさん、いただきます。
どうぞ。
美味しい。幸せです。やはり甘いものはいいですね。
こんなに美味しいと全部のメニューをコンプリートしてみたくなりますね。調子に乗って食べ過ぎたら元の体型に戻っちゃうかも。 そういえば北条さんはどうして俺のことを分かったんですか？自分で言うのもあれですけど、コンビニで会った時とだいぶ見た目が変わったと思うんですけど。
そうですか？同じ目だったのですぐに分かりましたよ。
目？
ええ、ゆうやさんすごくお痩せになられましたけど、まっすぐで優しい目は変わってませんから。
北条さん、そんな。北条さん、俺の顔に何かついてます？
私たちずいぶん仲良くなれたと思ったのに、まだ北条さんなんですね。
でも
もし嫌でなかったら香りと呼んでください。
そんなこと。じゃあ分かった。香り。
ゆうやさん、どうぞ。一口いかがですか？交換し合えばコンプリートに近づくじゃないですか。美味しいですよ。ゆうやさん？すみません、香りって呼んでいただけたのが嬉しくて、つい。
俺の方こそごめん。ほら、これでお互い様だから恨みっこなしで。ってそういうことじゃないのか？
いただきます。ねえ、何？あの二人可愛すぎじゃない？超わかる。と
ーい。王政学園に体験入学した翌日、俺はまた異世界に向かうことにした。正式に編入手続きが終わったらまた忙しくなるかもしれないし。よし。やっぱり怖い。でもレベル235。上がり方もゆっくりになったもんだな。家のすぐそばじゃこんなもんか。柵の外には強い魔物もいるんだよな。それ以外にもきっと。なんだ？これって。うわ、やばいのにエンカウントした。人間？女の子？人がいるんだ、この世界にも。
後ろ！
やばいよこれ。パワーもスピードもかなわないけど、俺には俺だけの強みもあるんだ。だったらそれを生かすしかない。次はこれだ。全開。 大丈夫ですか？
あなた
ちょっと。
レクシア様。よかった、生きておられる。レクシア様。
Have the purple weapons, which are SR, and then you have the rarest weapons, which are SSR, and these are generally the most valued weapons to get. While you can use SR weapons in the early game to help get you through a lot of the PvE content, you still don't want to use up too much of your resources, because let's go ahead and take a look at the Saki weapon. It is a level 60 right now, and if I went ahead and press upgrade, you will notice that I start using some of these materials, and these are not always easy to get, so you don't want to waste those materials on weapons that you're not going to use in the late game, like these blue blades. This is pretty much what I recommend when you first start out. I wouldn't really bring your blue weapons past level 10 or 20, and then when it comes to your purple weapons, I wouldn't really bring those past level 40, maybe 50 if you just really can't get that SSR weapon that you're looking for. And if we go over to the weapon section, you'll notice that you can have 3 weapons equipped at the same time. So if you remember where I said that standard team, King's gonna be pretty much my shield breaker, Saki's gonna be pretty much my damage dealer, and Lin is going to be the support. Because again, ideally you want to try to make a 3 weapon set that has a good synergy. So as you see right here, I already have Saki and I have Lin. So most likely in the future for this account, I'm going to try to get Alice. Now let's go ahead and break down what a weapon brings to the table. It generally brings 4 to 5 different things, and that is the resonance, the element, the shatter value, and the charge value. But most limited banner weapons will also bring an elemental resonance to where if they pair up with another weapon of the same type, they get even stronger. So a weapon's resonance is basically the role that it's mainly going to play. And there's 3 different types. So we have the red, which is usually for the DPS. We have yellow, which is usually for tanks. And then we have green, which is usually for the support or healers. So with that explained, let's go ahead and talk about resonance. So if you have 2 characters of the same type on a team, you're going to get that resonance. So as we see here, since I have 2 DPS types, I get the attack resonance. But if I had 2 tank types, I would get the fortitude resonance. And if I had 2 healer types, I would get the benediction resonance. And then if I just had 3 random types, I would get the balance type, which is generally not one that you want to go with. So next, let's go ahead and talk about the elements. And right now, we only have 5 different elements, but you can only get the last one having a special limited banner character. So we have Volt, Flame, Ice, and Physical. But if you got Lin, you'll have Altered. Each element has a different effect depending on their type, and you can see that right here. Basically, Ice freezes, Flame burns, Volt paralyzes, and Physical gives a grievous effect, causing enemies to take more damage. And while playing this game, some enemies are resistant to certain elements. You'll see resist pop up on the screen, and it'll also be near their health bar. Now let's talk about the third category, Shatter. Basically what this ranks is how good a character is at shattering shields. Now, these are always not the most accurate because some characters can use dodges or other abilities, which makes their shatter much stronger even though it's ranked pretty low, especially if you combine it with charge. But general rule of thumb is that you want to have at least one weapon with a high shatter so that way you can handle people's shields out in the real world. And you do actually start out with an SR weapon with a high shatter rate. And now for the fourth thing is we have charge, and what this does is charges up your discharges, which are basically like your ultimate attacks or your weapons. So having a high charge value, this weapon will charge you up so that way you can do multiple discharges. And now that we understand that, let's start talking about some of the gacha elements of the game, and that is increasing your weapon's star level. So if we go down to a weapon and you hit advancement, you're going to be able to advance it to a star. And as you get that star, you're going to get a new passive ability and the weapon will be stronger. But the only way to get these advancement cores to get more stars is to get an extra copy of the weapon. So to fully advance a weapon, you need to have 7 copies of the weapon. When we're talking SSRs, you can kind of see how that's going to be a little tough. All right, now let's go over combat basics. So starting out, you have your normal attack strength, then you have your charge attack, next your dodge attacks, then you have your aerial attacks, which are usually stronger, which cause you to lose stamina, and the plunge attack. Next you have your skill, which is a powerful strike, but it has a cooldown. And then you have your discharge ability to where if you get the white bar all the way filled up, you're able to launch a powerful attack. You do not get iframes. If you're familiar with Genshin Impact, you might think that you do, but you don't in this game. And one of the most basic ways how you do combat is generally using your shielder to break the person's shield, and then you use your DPS weapon to do massive damage to the enemy, also weaving in your skills and discharges along the way. One thing that you can use in combat is using the Fantasia skill. If you dodge at the right time, you're able to slow down time and get a free discharge. When you see a red dot, that's when you want to dodge, and most likely you will activate the Fantasia. If you get good at timing this, you can do a lot of damage to the enemy. But also note that this has a 15-second cooldown. One other thing that I wanted to mention is, remember I talked about the elemental types to where ice can freeze, volt can paralyze, flame can burn, and physical can apply grievous. So if you read the skill, it basically says that when a weapon is fully charged, the next attack will activate that ability. So take a look at the discharge bar. Once it's fully filled up, that means my next attack will activate the ability. So I'm going to gather up these enemies, and now I'm going to activate my skill. You notice almost all of them got frozen, but most of them died. And one last thing that I want to go ahead and show you is the survival guide. So if you go down to weapon skill, it actually gives you a list of all of the skills that a weapon can do. So if you have the rosy edge, you can go here and you can look and see what you need to do to activate each skill for the weapon. So let's go ahead and talk about matrices. So we already talked about weapons, and the thing about weapons, you can equip 4 matrices to the weapons to make them more powerful. And just like weapons, matrices come in 3 types. You have the R matrice, the SR matrice, and you have the SSR matrice. So just like weapons, you generally don't want to mess with R matrices unless that's all you have. Probably want to go somewhere between an SR matrice or an SSR matrice. So let's go ahead and talk about the difference between an SSR and an SR matrice. So for an SSR matrice, just like weapons, they have star levels, and they can reach a total of 3 stars. So you need 4 copies to fully max out that matrice. But remember, there are 4 slots, so you essentially need 16 copies to fully max out a whole set. The thing about SSR matrices is they have a 2-piece set bonus and they have a 4-piece set bonus, whereas SR matrices can only be 2 stars and have a 3-piece set bonus. On top of that, the max level that SR matrices can reach is level 70, and they do not scale as high as SSR matrices, so you can see that you generally want to focus on SSR matrices, but you might not have those starting out in the game. Farming for that proper matrice is going to be one of your in-game activities in this game. So let's quickly discuss how you can get these matrices. The first way is fighting world bosses, and you have a chance to get a matrice from that world boss. So for this one, you can get a Tsubasa matrice, and you get 3 chips a week if you complete that weekly tab. The second way is doing joint operations. This is why I recommend that you try to get to level 70 so that way you have the max chance to get these matrices. And the third way is to go to your artificial island home base, where you can fuse materials and you can actually make matrices. So if you go down here, I have a chance at crafting a matrice. Most of the time they're going to be matrix data packs. A few rare chances they might be a random SR matrice, but if you get very lucky, you can get a SSR matrice, and it's going to be a random of this set. So if you're going for a specific set, you can use this to kind of help get that. But generally your bosses spawn once a week, and I would say it's going to take you somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks before you can expect seeing any of these golden matrices. And the last way for you to get matrices is to do void rifts. So now let's go ahead and talk about the matrices that you want to go for. So for your main DPS, you want to go for 2-piece Samir and 2-piece Shiro. 2-piece Samir because you're going to increase your damage by 1%, which can stack up to 20 times at max stars, and it's going to last for 1.5 seconds. And 2-piece Shiro because you can increase both your damage and your shatter to targets with more than 50% HP by 26% at max stars. But if you're able to increase your crit rate to over 70%, you want to trade in your 2-piece Shiro for 2-piece Crow, which can increase your crit damage to targets with less than 60% health by 42%. And your alternative SR matrice set would be 3-piece Sobek. These other matrices would be good for shield breakers or sub DPS / quick swap characters that mainly use their skills or discharge just to buff the main DPS. So you can use 2-piece Shiro and 2-piece King, with 2-piece King granting you a damage boost once the target shield is shattered for 25 seconds. And you combine that with the 2-piece Shiro. Your alternative SR matrices would be 3-piece Barbarossa or 3-piece Robard. But now for your straight support characters. Now unfortunately they don't have the greatest standard matrices sets, but here are the ones that we have. We have 4-piece Coco, to where if you or your teammates are healed, it increases your attack by 20% at max stars. Or you can use Zero, to where his 2-set bonus gives you a shield equal to 300% of your attack for 6 seconds at max stars, and his 4-set bonus gives you a 28% damage boost at max stars. Now the only problem with these standard matrices sets is that they only work on the active character and they do not work in the background. So that means that the matrices these weapons are equipped to, you have to stay on to get this effect. So these are more suited for players that are a straight healer using the Coco set, or maybe a tank using the Zero set. But a good alternative SR matrix set would be 3-piece Pepper. Alright, now let's go ahead and talk about gear. This is going to be one of the main things that you do to increase the power of your character on the account. So if we take a look at my stats for my character, you'll notice here in the crit section, I have an 85% crit rate. You remember when I was talking about the matrices, you kind of want to try to get this as high as possible. Ideally, we're trying to get to 100% crit rate, but that's not possible right now. And the main thing that you're trying to do is increase your desired elemental stat and also increase your crit rate to that 100%. So let's discuss where you can get this in-game gear. That would be joint operations, and you want to try to do the highest difficulty, so that way you have the best drop rates. Doing Frontier Clash on hard mode, which you get access to once you reach level 50, and you can buy it in the Crystal Dust store by going to the commissary. You can also buy some in the crew store, but I strongly recommend against that because you mainly want to spend these points on buying relics. And the other way is perfect deciphering password chests, which you only want to do in Vera, so that way you also get Mira, but that also has an extremely low chance of getting you gold gear. First, let's go ahead and talk about the special gear, and that's going to be your combat engine, your tactical eyepiece, and your micro reactor or your exoskeleton. Now, some of these are not in the game and they're going to be released in future patches, but they all work roughly the same. They're generally something that's going to give you an elemental boost to your damage. So if you take a look at this combat engine, it's giving me a frost damage boost, some attack, and it also gives me some flame damage boost. Ideally, you want these pieces to be for one specific element and not mixed like this one. So let's go ahead and talk about where we can get a combat engine. So every week we have the ability to do raids, and we can do 3 different raids. And the heroic raids give you space-time crystal fragments, which you can use to purchase combat engines, with higher level raids giving more crystal fragments. And the other places to where you have a chance to get a combat engine is by killing Vera bosses on the Vera plane. Then we got the tactical eyepiece. Now this one is actually a pretty good one. Not only does it give elemental attack, as you see, it also has the crit stat and it also has the crit substat. And remember, that's one of the main things that we're going for. So this is a pretty good piece. So the places to where you can get a tactical eyepiece is by perfect deciphering the box after you defeat the compounding and abyss bosses. But we're going into patch 2.2, and from what I hear, the bosses might change their loot tables. The other way to get tactical eyepiece shards is to do a pointed research. And then for the micro reactor, this is going to be the new equipment that we get in patch 2.2. Now the only place that I know for sure that we can get this from is by completing the Void Abyss, and it seems like we're not going to be able to access that mode until January 1st next year. And the last one is the exoskeleton, and I don't believe that is coming out until patch 2.3. So now that we talked about all the special pieces of gear, let's talk about the main 8 pieces of gear that you're going to be getting early on. So as you level throughout the game, you're going to get various grades of gear pieces. And they're going to range from gray to green to purple to eventually gold. And when you get these gear pieces, you want to go ahead and equip them, and you also want to enhance them. So there's going to be 2 tabs down here. There's enhance and there's advance. You do not want to advance any pieces of gear that are not gold, but you want to make sure that you enhance all of your pieces of gear for every gear slot. The reason being is because you can always transfer those enhancements over to other pieces of gear. So let's take this gray piece of gloves, for example. So I can click on it and I can click transfer. So now those gloves that I had that were level 40 are now on these gray pieces of gear. But clearly this is a downgrade. But I can easily change them back by going to the equipment tab and hitting transfer, and then I have my original pairs of gloves again. So now that we know about enhancing, let's talk about the pieces of gear that you want to focus on enhancing first. And that would be gloves, because gloves have a base stat of crit. So every time you enhance these, you're going to get more crit. And I already told you how important that is. The next pieces of items that you want to focus on are helm, shoulders, bracers, and boots. The reason being is because it has a base stat of attack. So every time you enhance those, you're going to get more attack. And then the last things to focus on would be your chest, your belt, and your pants. The reason being is because those substats are less desired unless you're maybe a tank. But when you do enhance these, you do have an 8 set bonus, which do give you a little bit of power. So you don't want to fully neglect these pieces of gear. Most people just focus on leveling up everything evenly, but there are situations to where you might want to do a little bit more damage, but you will lose some CS using this specific method. And I'll leave a link down in the description so that way you can see. So now that you know about enhancement, let's talk about the other thing that you can do, and that is advancing the pieces of gear. And that's what allows me to get these star levels on my gear. And these stars greatly increase your character's CS, so it is something that you do want to do. How do you know which items are good? So I'm going to go ahead and explain all of that to you now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the advancement tab. You need a certain amount of XP to get this all the way up to 5 stars. And one of the main ways that you do that is by using crystal chunks, which have a set amount of XP, or using gear of the same type. And each gear grade has various experience. So blue has 200, purple has 800, better grade gear is going to give me more experience. Using these pieces of gear, you do lose 20%, but that's really not that bad. So it's best just to go ahead and use these gears to upgrade your golden pieces. One other thing that you can do is you can also recycle gear. And you can just easily click these sections and it's going to go ahead and do all of that. Best not to do this because when you recycle gear, you lose 50% of the XP that it would have provided. So that is where it does become pretty bad. The only time that you really want to recycle pieces of gear is if you're trying to do the trick to increase your damage, or if you accidentally enhance a piece of gear that you didn't want to enhance and you want to get your enhancement materials back. So when it comes to advancing, I would say the main pieces of gear that you want to focus on are gloves and boots. The reason being is unlike the base stats when we had enhancing, boots have a substat of crits. And crit is very important and it's going to be one of the main things that give you damage. Whereas gloves not only have a base stat of crit, but it also has a substat of crit. Getting a high crit on your gloves and getting a high crit on your boots is very good, and that allows you to do a lot of damage in the game. For your other pieces of gear, you're focused on your desired elemental attack. So for this one, it's my frost team and attack. And you just add those together and that's going to be the amount of elemental attack that you do for this specific element. So starting out, I would say that a good piece of crit to get on your boots or gloves is probably have at least 2,500 and maybe have something like 3,000 plus. So these right here are an amazing pair of boots. And that would be the same for gloves, so have something like 2,500 crit or 3,000 plus. And then when it comes to your other pieces of gear, you're essentially just trying to get that desired elemental attack. So for this set, it's a frost set because we can have 3 different sets. So I do recommend that you try to make a set for all elements, even if you're not trying to build that team, because there is this thing called the sequential phantasm. Back to this, you'll see that this has frost attack and this has attack, so I have about 700. So this is probably a decent piece, but you know, if you can try to get something like 700 or 900 plus, that's usually what you're trying to aim for, because you want to just have the most amount of elemental attack for your team, because that's going to be another way that you get a lot of damage. So let me go ahead and point out what's a good and bad piece. So when it comes to gloves and boots, basically you're just looking for crit. You need crit for the random substat. If you don't see crit at all, then it's terrible and don't even worry about it. But if you do get crit, then you can go ahead and lock this piece and try to gamble, and hopefully all of the rows go into crit. When it comes to your other pieces, you at least need to have some type of elemental attack that you're going for on it. If it has attack on it as well, that makes it an even better piece to go for. So this piece right here is a pretty bad piece because it has no elemental attack. This one right here is at least a decent piece because it has 1 elemental attack, so I can try to get a better flame attack belt. And this one is a very good piece to where you definitely probably want to lock that, because this has attack and volt attack. So if this rolls properly, I can have a very good pair of pants. So let's go ahead and see how this turns out. I have enough to put 4 stars, so that means it's going to go into 4 random slots. So it looks like it went into volt attack maybe about 2 times, but then it also went into HP. So this probably won't beat my other pair of pants, but let's go ahead and take it all the way up and see what happens. And it went to frost resistance. So this is the current pants that I have for volt attack. As you see, it's not very good. It's only 600 attack plus 69, so that's 670 volt attack. Whereas this new pair of pants has 579 volt attack and 52 attack. So this one is worse, and I'm just gonna go ahead and unlock that because it's not a good piece of gear. But that's essentially how you're going to be playing this game, trying to constantly enhance your gear to get better stats. And now to quickly talk about the special gear pieces. Now the special gear pieces are a little different than our regular 8 pieces of gear, because when you advance them, they can only use gear of their same type, and they use this new type of enhancement material, unlike the crystals that we use for our other 8 pieces of gear. And so far, the only places to get those types of materials are from the Space-Time store and Gotcha Commons, using either Mira or Old Verico. But in future patches, they should be adding those materials to heroic raids, and eventually we're going to be able to do a 4-person bygone, which will have those materials as rewards as well. But let me go ahead and tell you what type of pieces that you're looking for. You're essentially looking for a piece that has the elements of the desired comp that you're trying to build. So let's say that I was going for Volt. Perfect piece might look something like percentage Volt attack, Volt damage, flat Volt attack, and attack. As you see with this piece, since we have multiple elements, you can easily get a mixture of various other things. On top of that, you can also get things like resistances. And it is like that for all of the elemental pieces, except for your tactical eye piece, which has the crit rate substat, and you do want to have that one fairly high, and hopefully all of your rows just roll into that crit rate. And I believe the highest is 5.43. But as you can see, for these elemental special gears, it's going to be very hard to get those perfect substats for your desired element. That is why we have this thing called data repeaters. You get 1 for completing the weekly tab, and you can buy 2 of these a week in the Space-Time store. So if you end up getting one of those pieces and it has 3 good substats, this is where you can use the data repeater. But for every star level, you have to use 1 data repeater, so you want to have 5 to make sure that you don't randomly roll in a bad substat. So when you see these data repeaters, I recommend that you just save these for the special gears only. Now let's go ahead and talk about the suppressor. Starting out, the only way to really level up your suppressor is using potent omnium crystals. And you get these from multiple places. Runes, doing the story, exploration, you have a wanderer's log. You can get this in the crew store, but you do not want to use your crew points to buy potent omnium crystals. You mainly want to focus on relics, because these are so easy to get, and also clearing the bygone. So basically with the suppressor, all it really is just going to give you more attack stat. So whenever you reach a high enough level and you have enough potent omnium crystals to increase your suppressor, you want to do it so that way you're just strong. Alright, now let's talk about relics. And starting off, let's go ahead and talk about relics that help you with exploration. And most of these relics are SR relics, so they're easier to get. Most of these, as long as you have the relic, that's all you need, but if you are able to star it up, they're generally going to be better. So if you remember early on, I already talked about doing runes A1, A2, and A3, and that would have got you the Omnium Hand Cannon, the Strange Cube, and the Missile Barrage. Now, these are very helpful, especially in the starter zones, so that way you can get most of your world exploration. And then if you play a little bit through the story, you're going to get the jet board and the jetpack. Now, one of the most needed SR relics for exploration is the cybernetic arm. This thing turns you into Spider-Man to where you can easily get across mountains, get up to high locations without having to use your jet board or even do the special climbing technique. So now that we know about what are the best exploration relics, let's go ahead and talk about our DPS relics, which you're going to need to do a lot of the single player and even team player content. So still in the SR relics, the number one SR relic that you want to get is Kuans. And when you get this to 2 stars, that's when you get the big damage boost. So if you notice right here, it says activate. That's 2 stars. After the shield breaks, it increases the final damage by 20% for 10 seconds. So once this shield breaks, I'm going to get a 20% damage boost, and that's pretty powerful. Now, you could go ahead and get this 3-star to where after the shield breaks, your speed increases by 30%. That one's pretty good, and it does help with exploration, but it's not something that's necessarily needed. And another one that is a decent one to get is to go ahead and get at least 1 star for the Strange Cube, because if you activate that, you do get a 10% damage increase, but since it takes so long to activate, it's not really the best relic to use in the late game. But just to talk a little bit more about the Strange Cube, if you remember when I talked about the fun zones to get Mira and Vera in the daily task section, if you get this to 3-star, the Strange Cube has 2 charges, and there's 1 daily fun zone to where this Strange Cube is very helpful. It's something to consider, especially if you are getting a Volt team. So I'll go ahead and mention the 4-star. Some of these SR relics has a star that increases elemental damage. So we look at the Strange Cube, the 4-star increases my Volt damage by 1.5%. And this is active even if I don't use this relic. So as long as I have this Strange Cube with 4 stars, I automatically get this effect. And this is for most of these relics on here. So take the time to go ahead and read which relics do what. So if we look at the Omnium Hand Cannon, if I get it to 4 stars, it increases flame damage. So if I was mainly building a flame team, I would want to probably prioritize trying to get this up as well. And that is at least your priorities when it comes to the SR relics. Now let's talk about the really big relics, the SSR relics. There are 4 DPS relics that you want to focus on, and that is the Omnium Shield, the Space-Time Rift, the Drone, and the Hologram Projector. If you do world exploration and you do the ruins, you should get enough to probably reach at least a 1-star Hologram Projector, which is very powerful. If you notice right here, 4 stars increases my Volt damage, so even SSR relics increase elemental damage as well. But if we get all the way up to 5 stars, then we increase the damage dealt by 50%. So clearly this is a good relic, but there's a certain order that you want to get these SSR relics because they take a lot of shards and they're not easy to get. So here is what I recommend that you do. Just get your exploration done so that way you can get a 1-star Hologram Projector. Then you want to focus on trying to get the Space-Time Rift, and you want to get it up to 3 stars. To where you can increase the damage dealt in an area by 20%. So this is going to help you as well as your teammates. Next, you want to focus on the Omnium Shield, and you want to get that all the way up to 5 stars. It's pretty much useless until it gets to 5 stars, but once it's at 5 stars, it increases the damage dealt by 25% for you and your allies that pass through the shield. Then you want to focus on getting the Drone, and you want to get that up to 3 stars. And then I would focus on just getting the Hologram Projector all the way up to 5 stars. But I've been playing the game since launch, so you can already see that it takes a while to get these SSR relics, even though I made a few mistakes along the way. So now let's go ahead and discuss where you can get these relic shards. So I'm going to discuss this later on when I get to the section on what you should buy, but there is a battle pass to where you can get relic shards, SSR relic boxes, and regular SR relic boxes. We have Artificial Island, which I mentioned earlier, to where you can go to the exchange door, and you can go down to the supply material section, and you can buy weekly SSR relic boxes and SR relic boxes. If you go to the commons area and you're part of a level 6 crew, you're going to be able to buy relics. You're going to be able to buy not only regular SR relics, but you're going to be able to buy SSR relics. So for this week, since I have a chance to buy the Omnium Shield, I'm going to spend all of my points trying to buy that, so that way I can eventually get that to 5-star. And this is what you mainly want to use these points on. And the other main way is just knocking out your ruins. If you knock out easy mode, normal mode, and hard mode, you'll notice you get relic shards for each of them. So this is one of the main ways about how you're going to level up a lot of these relics. And there's a few other ways like events, also Claire's Dream Machine, where you get 7 of those a week once you reach level 32. But those are the main ways how you get relics for your account. All right, now let's go ahead and talk about food. This is going to be the main thing that you use to heal yourself up, which you can use while you're in combat, or also just to power yourself up before you get into a battle. There are foods that you can create that can power up specific elements, like this one, which increases my volt attack by 2%, and it also gives me an extra 150 volt attack. When you create new recipes, you get dark crystals, which I'll discuss later. So when you're first cooking an item, you need to go down to this creation tab, and I want to go ahead and point you out to the Tower of Fantasy info site. There, they have a section to where they have food, to where you can look at what ingredients you need to make certain foods. So if you noticed, I talked about the purple yam pie, so I'm going to go ahead and show you how we do that. So when you get to a cooking machine, you go ahead and talk to it, and then you want to hit the creation tab. And you remember the ingredients we need for the purple yam pie is we need 3 brown rice, and we need a purple yam. But if you notice up here, the success rate is only 28%. So you want to go ahead and crank that up to 100%, so that way we can guarantee that we learn this new recipe. So my recommendation is that you want to use honey. You basically just find beehives and you kill the bees, and you can easily get honey. They're all over the first area. And if you have 0, you can AFK farm it overnight. Once we reach 15, you'll see I have 100% success rate. I go ahead and hit cooking, and then I create the purple yam pie. Since I already learned that recipe, nothing really popped up. You can go over to your cooking book over here in the corner. You see here in the bake section, this is the purple yam pie. But the nice thing about when you do cook new dishes, you'll even see a little red dot to where you can click on this and you can click tap to activate, and you'll get dark crystals. You do want to try to fill out all of this so that way you can get all of your dark crystals. And once you do that first time creation, now you can just go back to cooking, and then you can just go into the cooking tab, and you can just scroll down and find that item, and then you just need to use what is needed for the recipe. So it just needs 1 purple yam and 3 brown rice, and I can just make as many as I want. So I'll just go ahead and make 5, go ahead and cook, and now I got another 5 purple yams. All right, now let's talk about the big thing, the gacha system. So the first thing that we got is, I'm just gonna go ahead and call this the free-to-play banner. This is where you use Black Nucleus the row, and it has very terrible rates. Basically, you see, to get an SSR weapon, you have a 0.3% chance. So on average, you basically need to row 330 times for you to almost guarantee you get at least 1 SSR. You can get luckier, or it could be worse, because again, it's an average. These are very easy to get. As you go around any of the zones, you're going to get tons of Black Nucleus, so almost every time there's a patch, you're basically almost guaranteed 1 SSR. On top of that, there is no pity for this banner. So now let's talk about the standard banner, and that is where you use Gold Nucleus to mainly row for this one. Now this banner has a pity. Once you row 80 times, you're guaranteed an SSR. But if you're a brand new player and you're just starting an account, you're guaranteed at least 1 SSR by the time you row 30 times on this banner. On top of that, your pity does not reset. So if you end up getting an SSR, maybe around 60, you still can go all the way up to 80 and get another SSR. So starting out the game, there's a chance that you can get 3 SSRs in 80 rows. And then we have the limited banners. This is where you're gonna probably use most of your dark crystals on, so that way you can buy these specific rows, so you can get those special characters that I was talking about earlier in the video. This has a 50-50 chance to where it's like, once you get to 80, you're guaranteed an SSR, but you have a 50-50 chance of it being either a standard SSR or the limited SSR on this banner. But if you row at least 120 times, you're able to go to the store and buy a copy of the weapon. So now let's go ahead and talk about standard matrices. Now, this is going to probably be used mainly by my dolphins are whales. Free to play, you're going to get a couple rows, you know, through void rifts or whatnot, but most of the time you're not going to be here. So for this one, every 40 you're guaranteed one SSR matrices, but it is random. So you can get any of the standard SSR matrices. Some of them are pretty bad, like getting a Marrow or something. And we have the same type of system for limited banner characters, except we have a 50-50 shot of it being a standard matrice or the limited banner matrice that you want. And this is usually more expensive than trying to get a 6-star character. But just like limited banner characters, there's also a limited store for matrices. So every 80 rows, you can just buy a specific matrice. But remember, to fully max out a matrice set of all 3 stars, you need 16 matrices. And sometimes you can just get duplicates of certain matrices to where you can just get 5 of these matrices and then you still need to try to get the other 3. So you can see how it can get pretty expensive pretty fast, even with a guaranteed SSR every 40 rows. This is the main reason why you want to figure out what your team is early on, because you want to save these red nucleus, these special vouchers, and your dark crystals, so that way you can get the characters and matrices you need to make your team powerful. Alright, now let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge section. And most of these are things that you need to complete within the week. So we have the Bygone Phantasm. If you're familiar with Genshin Impact, it's similar to the Spiral Abyss, the Bygone Phantasm. There are floors that you need to climb. The higher floors that you get to, the more rewards that you get. Remember where I talked about potent omnium crystals, and you also get these booster modules and advancement modules, which is going to help upgrade your gear. So this is something that you do want to try to do. But on top of that, you also get a rank for the week, and you get put in a bracket. If you get a very high rank, you're going to get more dark crystals, booster modules, advancement modules, and some energy crystal dust, so that way you can buy some more golden gear. And the biggest thing that's going to determine your rank is the sequential phantasm. That's one of the reasons why Lyn is a very good character, and having at least a decent team for all the elements is not that bad of a move. Then we got Apex League. This is PvP. Now the nice thing about PvP is it's pretty much completely balanced. You only have to have 1 copy of a character and they automatically get upgraded to a 6-star copy of the character, and matrices do not take effect in Apex League. And even if you're not someone who wants to PvP, I recommend that you do this at least 1 time, because at the end of the season you'll get 100 free dark crystals. Break from Destiny. Now, this is basically like a battle royale, and again, you want to play this at least 1 time a season, so that way you can get the 250 dark crystals. Then you got Frontier Clash. You get 1 attempt every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and you can hold up to 3 attempts. So you want to make sure that this does not cap, because this is the main place that you're going to be able to get this golden gear. And the nice thing that they added in the last patch is that you can choose to do all 3 attempts at once. So if you got some friends that can carry you, you can just maybe wait till Saturday and knock them all out at once. Then we got the Wormhole. As you get to higher levels, you're going to be able to do each of these floors. So eventually you get to the Hercules